Hey everyone, my name is Eric. I am a software developer for the last 14 years, an Angular developer for the last 6 or 7 years. And today I want to pick up where I left off at the last stream, the last video, trying to move a progressive web app I have to a new domain. I have this weather app here. Um, Currently, I have started hosting it on GitHub pages. And then I changed, and I'm now hosting it this custom domain through Google Firebase, um, because that just gives me some more tools at my disposal. The deploy process I like a little better, and it's more consistent with all my other apps. So I am trying to figure out how to get the use if any users have already installed the version from GitHub pages. I would like to see if there's some way to seamlessly transition them so that on their device where they've already installed it, it will just start using the new the one from this domain, so that I don't have to deploy to both. If I actually deploy some new features and I want my original users to have it, currently I have to deploy to both. Um, so I poked around a little bit before the stream started here, and I found this interesting resource. Um, and this will be maybe my next try here. Don't know if I'm going to figure this out, if we're going to get this to work or not. But here, if we have this, it looks like if we have this meta tag, this is like yeah, I can't set GitHub pages to just do a redirect that I could tell, but it looks like there's a way, and I didn't know this, in a meta tag of an actual index.html that would cause essentially a redirect through a little bit different mechanism, I guess. And so I wonder if we can set this up, if a user will open up the progressive web app, it'll download this new index HTML that has a redirect, and maybe the next time they open it and it pulls from that downloaded version, if it'll actually do a redirect, I don't know. I've got this Stack Overflow post here, redirect, who's this guy's trying to do, gal is trying to do exactly, in fact I'll upvote that, exactly what I'm asking. He wants a service worker registered to go to a new domain, go to a new server. And maybe there's some tips here. Once we get a redirect working, maybe we'll have to try one of these things. I notice there's one here at the bottom that talks about re-registering the service worker, which I think the Angular PWA schematic has all set up in it. From my experimentation last time, I wonder if it'll do this for us anyway. So the first challenge is how to experiment with this without breaking my, in actual weather app. I could maybe try setting up a couple of PWAs on localhost and see if I can get a redirect from one to the other. Or I could open up a new temporary GitHub repo with basically a clone of the weather app, install that, and then mess around with trying to get that to redirect. Oh, or yeah, this is maybe more similar to what I was doing last time. I could get it installed from a localhost version and then, completely installed on my device. Or I guess I'll start on my computer, and then once something is working there, try it on my phone. And then see if I can get that to redirect to the production one. Yeah, let's try that first. Okay, so that means I can just play around with, let's see, do I have this running? No, let's get that running. And so this is going to serve the progressive web app from localhost on port 8080. And then let's make sure, there we go. Let's make sure we have ng build prod watch. Get that going so as we make changes, it'll update. And gosh, I've got a bunch of experiments I was running from the last session, and I wonder if any of those are useful, or if I should just stash them. Let me see here. See if I can get this set up so you guys can see it too. There we go. Oh, right, little messages to say if it's the local version. Yeah, that's helpful. Okay, I'll keep that. All right, and there's a couple other things I don't need, but that's fine. I will pick up from here. Great. So first of all, let's run, I guess we don't need that anymore. Let's do localhost 8080. So this should be the local version. Here we go. Oh, and let me just set that up so it's exactly, I know what you can see by only using the stuff around my video. There we go. Great. So let's get this. First, before we even install it, let's just try and get the one step at a time. Let's just try and get an index HTML that looks like this served from our progressive web app and just see if even that much works. So let's go to our index, and instead of any of that, we're going to do this and redirect to the production version. This is just like, well, fine. Example.com becomes the real version of my web app. Okay. Production version, I mean. All right, and I feel like maybe the if I save this, is it triggering a rebuild? No, I feel like I remember that from last time. For some reason, the ng build watch does not pick up. There we go. Does not pick up changes to the index HTML, so I have to manually restart it. There's bound to be a little bit of waiting when I have to restart things like that. So let me know how you're doing. We can have a little chat in in between times. Okay, so we just refresh. Let me turn off disable cache to behave. Well, no, we'll start with this on. We're going to do everything we can possibly think of in our favor to get this to work. Service worker registration failed. The origin of provided script URL. Interesting. Does not match the current origin. Well, we're already hit with a problem, aren't we? Well, that was just the first refresh. Let's try the second. Oh! Okay. So the first time around, I wonder what exactly just happened. I want to understand that really well. So let's put this back. And really inspect that network tab and see exactly why it would have given an error message the first time, but worked after a refresh. Interesting. That's not too. That's sort of common when you're working with, making other kinds of changes in the PWA. The first time you load it, though, it doesn't have any of the changes because it waits 10 seconds and then goes and fetches the new code so that the next time you refresh, you get the new version. But we got an error message the first time around, and that's the curious part to me. All right, so let's slow down our connection, give ourselves time to maybe catch what happens here. Oh, and I realize I covered up that error message. All right, sorry about that. Let me just make that, so you'll see the error message here. Refresh. That's a bug I see in my app once in a while. No. Oh, wait, no. We have to get, we want the localhost version. 8080. It redirected. I have disable cache, 8080, localhost. Okay. Okay, and we have a message here saying this is the local JavaScript. Apparently when I probably reverted from Git, and so I lost my banner at the top of the HTML. But that's okay because we still, yeah, that's exactly what happened. But we still have this showing us this is truly the local version. I'll refresh again. Simonton.app. What? Why are we getting a message now? Everything should be strictly localhost. Simonton.app shouldn't even appear anywhere in my project right now. Aha! Okay, maybe that's where this was left over. Okay, this was left over from last time. That's probably where the error message was coming from all along. Let's put that back and then retry our experiment. Let me just get rid of these to-dos. I'm already working on them. Okay, so we're updating here. And then the next step, I suppose, we'll try doing it from an installed version of the PWA instead of just, and see how that behaves when it's on the Windows native, like when it's trying to behave like a Windows native app. Okay, refresh, wait for it to get our new code. There we go, downloaded all the new JavaScript. So now when we refresh again, we no longer have the error message. Perfect. Cool. All right, so let's install this. So for a progressive web app, one of the cool things about it is you can hit this install, and you want to install the app, install. And now we have a version here. If I close the developer tools, we have a version here that doesn't have all the Chrome decorations around it, except for some stuff up in the corner, I suppose. But the great thing is, let me see if I can show you this. Can I just drag this over? So here's my Windows taskbar, and it shows up there, and I can pin it to the taskbar. And if I close this, it's acting like a, oh look, I've got my sort of icon for this in my backdrop. Now it's going to behave, it's going to stay on my taskbar like that, and I can open it up anytime, and it kind of feels like an actual Windows application. It's even better on your phone. You install it just like a regular old app. You didn't get it from the App Store or from Google Play or whatever. You installed it from Chrome, but then after that you open it from an icon here on your home screen, and it opens up without any of the Chrome tabs or anything. Anyway, so we have this installed now from localhost as a Windows app. Now let's go back to, Oops. There we go. Now let's go back to this and see what it does. We're going to have to rebuild that. It's a little annoying that watch doesn't pick up changes to this file, but what can you do? And then what are we going to have to do? Probably close and reopen this a couple of times. So the first time we reopen it, it'll use the downloaded and saved versions, so nothing should change. And if we look in here, we should see this is the local JavaScript. But now it should have by now seen the change to index.html, downloaded it, so that next time, let's see what happens. Oh, interesting. I'm at weather.simonton.app, but there's like a weird extra bar here. I would not have seen that coming. So it did redirect, and now this is working, and we shouldn't see any message about being the local JavaScript. Huh. I wonder if that's temporary. What if I close this again and reopen it? Oh, first of all, can I get any information about this? Where is it going to open from? It's there all the time. Oh, this says localhost 8080 up here still. Did you see that? When I open it, localhost 8080, and then somehow it does the redirect here. So it's not smart enough. Chrome doesn't go update the actual, I don't know, shortcut here. However, it keeps track of that. And it redirects every time you open it and gives us this weird extra bar. And the X does nothing. Causes it to refresh the page. Okay. Huh. Well, that's just fascinating. Let's do this with some developer tools. I don't know, and see what it looks like when we when we do our weird refresh. It goes straight to the production URL. Huh. Well, we're making progress, that's for sure. I didn't have anything working last time I tried this. I wonder what to call this weird bar up here so we can search for it. PWA redirect. Oh gosh, I don't know. What do we want to call this thing? PWA redirect Chrome and URL bar. Redirect shows URL bar. Address bar. Oh, look at this. Address bar showing up when redirecting to subdomains. Hey, that's exactly what we're looking at. Okay. I have a PWA that uses subdomains sometimes. Okay. Redirects to another. Address bar shows up. Yeah. Oh, that's exactly what we just encountered. I also faced a similar issue. The address bar, when it's not correctly set up to behave like an app, the manifest was not loading properly after the redirect. Okay. Okay. Oh, look, a blog. Migrating a service worker from an old domain to a new domain. That's what I'm doing. Ooh. I wonder if these are new blog posts. When was this? Yeah, that was this year. So this is probably, some people are actually asking this question. Last time I thought about trying to do this a while ago, I was not finding resources like this. You do 301. When you try to open the old installed, it sees the redirect. Yeah, that's what triggers the address bar. Great. It opens a new window. It opens a new window within the progressive web app. Okay, because the domain is different. Just as if you were in some native app and tried to log in via, okay. The installed PWA never tries to load that. Okay. I'm not sure what this. Oh, after all this, I'm not sure what the solution can look like. Giving them instructions to remove that's not what I want. Well, or is it? I could conceivably detect this somehow and add a little message that just, the app works and it's not too annoying. It's a little bit annoying, but the app still works for the user. This is going to be a backup plan. The app still works for the user. And I can put a message somewhere or even a pop-up. Wow, if I want to be fancy, telling them the app has been updated to remove this message, uninstall, reinstall it from this new URL, and I could give them a link or something like that. Okay, I mean, that's a backup plan. I like that better than always having to maintain both domains. So that's something. Let's see if that blog post, he links to the blog post and then still says he doesn't know what the solution is. So I'm not very optimistic about these. Oh. Repo. Oh, that's probably linked from the blog post. Migrate it. Yep. Similar. So he's got a redirect. We've already got that covered. Yep. New users are right. It works great. So it tried to get the new version here, which redirected there. So the service worker would try to update itself from a new service worker behind a redirect, which caused the following error. Well, we're not getting, well, I don't think we're getting that error. No, we have everything's happy here. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Yep. Destroy the old service worker. That's interesting. If I can have a self-destructing service worker, will it, right, so if this was, nope, thought I had an idea. I didn't. I'll keep reading. Craft a service worker that is going to delete the previous one and serve that service worker in the Nginx that handles the reader. Well, that's confusing. Force the user to navigate. We didn't want the user to still see the old blue website, so we had to find a way to reload their browser after unregistering the service worker. Oh, okay. So instead of having, maybe what they're heading toward is instead of having this kind of redirect that will automatically do it, they're going to install a new PWA, basically, at the old domain, and the only thing that PWA is going to do is destroy itself and cause like some kind of JavaScript redirect. But in our case, we didn't want the users to still see the blue website. Okay, so we added install event that when activated unregisters itself and navigates to a new URL. How does that get this link to then point to the new URL next time you try to open it? Is it going to redo that process every time? Or maybe once you install from the new URL, it'll have the service worker from there? This is what our service worker will do. It's going to instantly activate itself, tell the service worker to unregister itself, refresh each tab. I don't know what that means. Send a and then then Nginx will send a 301 redirect, which we don't have. We don't have that. We don't have an actual server. We just have GitHub pages that serves static content. Okay, so we refresh, it goes to B. Yeah, right. This is the part I'm still not understanding. The whole point of the new JavaScript is that it installs right, is that it the problem is our redirect technique happens the first time you click this, right? Isn't that what we saw? All right, well, I'm going to ignore some of this for a minute and go back to this problem. Let's see if we can get this to like uninstall itself. Because it seems like we still have a frame. No, it's nowhere in here do we have like a frame inside. We don't have any access to the outer. So it said that there's like an outer shell that is still our PWA, but then we're rendering the like inner PWA inside of it. And what we want to do is get that outer shell updated to like, I don't know, no longer exist and somehow be replaced with what's currently shown in the inner one. Open to suggestions in the chat, please. Happy to try out new ideas here. I'm starting to feel a little bit lost or stuck again. I love that it's a promising sounding blog post, but I don't know how to accomplish where was that last piece? I could see not having our redirect, but instead installing a new service worker that does all these three steps. But then once you do those three steps, how do we handle this part? Because if we didn't redirect, right, in order to have it register a new service worker from this domain, we can't do this because this is going to just immediately put that banner there at the top of the page and send it to the production app. How did they do that part? How did they get this Nginx to send a redirect only after all this has happened. Maybe that's the missing piece. Or maybe that's all in this improving section that maybe we don't really need to care about. Maybe this is all we care about. Because on the second visit sounds fine. I don't mind that. The unregister method will delete any service worker registered on the host port combo. Great. So that's going to kill any service worker. And old users, that's fine. The strategy to fix the problem: craft a service worker that's going to delete the previous one and serve that service worker in the Nginx that handles the redirect. And serve the service worker in, and this I think means the old host. Here's the secret. We'll use this Nginx conf to redirect everything but our specially crafted service worker. Okay, maybe we should just try this. Maybe that's going to work great because, the first time, so when we're on our old localhost and we open this app, it's going to serve the old previously downloaded localhost version and be fully functional. Everything's fine. 10 seconds later, it's going to go download a bunch of updated things, including let me just hit this refresh so I can point out, including a new service worker.js. No, I don't see that anywhere. But maybe if we had a change in the service worker and it noticed that, maybe it would download the new service worker. Then the question is whether, as soon as it downloads that service worker, will it run? Because if it runs that right away, even though it downloaded 10 seconds later, if the service workers are set up to actually execute that right then and there, then we're all set. We can have it. Maybe we're all set. No, we're not. It'll delete the old service worker, but does that even help us? Because the problem, I think, this bar is not because of the service worker. I think the bar is because of the redirect itself. Maybe there's something in here. Is there any info in here? How do we... I forget. Whoa! Make a copy. If this was a... This was an old school shortcut. You can like shift right click and get more menus, like, I don't know, like for Chrome. No. Like, what is it in Windows that's or Chrome or whatever in this shortcut right here that's still pointing at the old domain? I feel like maybe we just need to go with that backup plan. I mean, I feel like it's kind of okay. If we can detect from production that we're coming from the old localhost, can we see that somehow, some way? Window.origin? No, can't see it in the origin. Is there some way from the JavaScript we can detect that this is being served from, what it thought was going to be localhost but got redirected? Oh, is there like a refer? Oh gosh, window.ref location.refer? No. JavaScript get refer. Document.refer. Document.refer. Aha! So we could put our old GitHub pages, see if the refer is the old installed GitHub pages PWA. And if it is, pop up a message. I feel happy enough with that. I don't really have a ton of users for the weather app, but I do have a few, and I would like them to be able to stay up to date. And I hope it's not too much, too weird for them when they open the app to have that bar and have them be prompted like that. Maybe the next thing I should do is try this whole thing on my phone and make sure it works there before I go investing more code in the backup plan. At least see if we can get this much working with the extra address bar. And I wonder if I can get this set up so I can actually have my phone screen visible to you guys. Should be able to. Oh, I ran out of USB ports. I've got a hub in the back. Gosh. Oh, in fact, I've got a cord going to it right here. I can just unplug this extra little guy and plug in my phone. Haha. Switch to standing desk mode. And, oh my. Let's see if we can get up a window. Yeah, that's it. Open. Oh, I need to get up like Chrome or something. Remote browser is newer than client browser. Oh, interesting. Wonder how that happened. I don't know, refresh. Inspect fallback. Hey, there we go. Okay. So you can see what's on my phone in the stream. Cool. I haven't tried that before. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to get a localhost version of a PWA installed here. So we have to go back to our old code. Redo. And restart this. And then in here, what was the trick? 8080 is already redirecting. So if I go to localhost 8080 on my phone. Just thinking. Yeah, check it out. It installed just beautifully. Ooh, we've got a problem here though. Unable to upgrade. Oh, there was some old version of this. Let me make sure that everything is starting fresh. Let's clear the storage on the phone and refresh. This should refresh the phone. Yes, it is refreshing the phone. Fresh install from localhost 8080. We have, this is the local JavaScript. Great. And now let's go back to our redirect and see what it looks like on an installed. Oh, and then let me also go to the extra step. I'm going to add this to my home screen, install. Okay, so now I'm going to reopen this, but from that installed version I just made, and then I'll get that up on the screen. So here it is. And now let's see if we can inspect that. That's gone. Oh, look at all these fun things. Localhost 8080 weather graph. Let's inspect fallback. That guy. Okay, the installed version, and you notice the blank stuff at the top is gone because all the Chrome like tabs and stuff are gone, and the web page itself, it takes the full height of the phone. Okay, network tab. Now I don't remember if I restarted this yet. I guess I'll see if I did. When we refresh this guy, what happens? This is still localhost, and we don't have any. It's not downloading anything new, so I think probably I just forgot. We've got that there. Let's restart our or rebuild, I mean, the app. You can do it. Great. And then when we refresh the PWA on the phone itself, oh, it still didn't download any new HTML. It's still localhost. And oh, that's surprising. Oh, psh. This is the experiment I'm doing. I'm trying to do the redirect right now. Okay, no wonder. Okay, now when we refresh, we should still see the old localhost version working just fine, but then it should download the new index.html now. There we go. So, and now this time, I don't even want to hit refresh, although I'm sure that must be the same. But just to be sure, I'm going to go to my phone and exit out and relaunch it from the home screen. So I did that. Yeah, okay. Can I reconnect from here, or do I need to probably reopen it from here? Because it's like, it thinks it's a new. Yeah, see, it's got the new production URL there, but look, it still has. Oh, it doesn't show it to you there, but up here on the phone, it's got, again, that same, it looks like that same kind of address bar at the top. It's a nice blue color to match my color scheme, or purple, but it's got that extra chrome up there. So, yeah, this is when because this is now the production JavaScript, we can do this same document.refer, and we're going to see the old domain there. We can use that to pick it up and show a little pop-up explaining what's going on, and just, I guess, ask them to manually go uninstall the old one and reinstall the new one. Or I wonder if there's any way from here, from the production JavaScript, to uninstall the old one. I would be surprised, because that seems like that would be a security problem if this could just uninstall JavaScript service workers from any domain. If we could get a hold of that outer shell, I feel like we could have a little more power here. If I could get a hold of the context, if I could run JavaScript sort of in this context up here. I mean, I could upload a new code to GitHub Pages that has any JavaScript I want, and it could be self-destructive and everything, and just deploy that. But then it would be dependent on my users visiting the old domain within some time period before I then change it to redirect and do the whole fancy thing. Huh. Well, okay. I guess I'm sticking with plan B. So let's try it. Let's try making that work. Let's we need two different progressive web apps that we can play with, because we want to modify. I don't want to just modify the actual production JavaScript to do a pop-up, blindly. I need to be testing it either locally or in a preview channel, which is a feature of Firebase hosting, which is what I'm using to serve the production one now. There's a feature there to just put up static assets and serve them at a new temporary URL just for testing purposes. So I suppose we could try that. There's a little bit of, well, no, actually that deploys pretty quickly. That wouldn't be too bad. So we're still going to have we're still going to be trying to make changes in the editor to two different sources, and it's going to be annoying to switch back and forth which one I'm deploying where. Although at this point, this code isn't actually being served at all. Oh, this index.html needs to stay just like this in the old, sort of whatever we're going to use as the old test environment. And then the index HTML has to be different in the new environment. So we do actually need the editor to be tied separately to two different things. So maybe we can just make a copy of this dist folder and serve from it for the old version, since we're not going to need to play with it very much. So let's redirect to, let's see, let's set up two different ones of these. And we'll go to 8081 or something for the second one. And so let's redirect to localhost 8081. Localhost 8081. Oh, and I guess I wanted that for all of these. So we'll save that. We'll get it to build once. And then we'll just make a copy of this resulting bundle and serve from there. We'll have to serve from 8080 the new, the sort of copied copy, the copied copy. You can do it. Here we go. So let's do, so this is going to be old. This is going to represent the old domain. Oh, what is that craziness? So let's have a separate terminal doing npx http server -p 8080 because we have to redirect from this old one to the new one. So let me just go ahead and kill that because we're going to have this one now serving from 8080. -c-1, I don't know what that means. Dist, I don't remember, /old weather. Okay, so now if we, and let's go back to playing with just the computer since that's a little less finicky. So this should now be, well, now what happened? Oh, no. Was it this one that was causing the problem then? Oh, no, that's the actual production one. This one? Okay, here we go. Redirecting to 8081. And sure, right now that we don't have anything there, so that makes perfect sense. Okay, so we have to use this guy. I couldn't remember that. So now we can safely play with this, and that's going to be like we're simulating playing with production. And it's going to deploy stuff to this guy, so we just need a separate, let's see, this is watching the build, and it's going to build it into here, exactly what we want. So we just need to now serve it. Let me just do it with another command line. Very similar to what we did up here, but different port and different directory. So it's no longer the old weather, and this is going to be served on the new one. So production's on 8081, and it's serving from this. Yep. And so now we should be back to what we were simulating now what we were actually seeing in production, where the app works again, but from with this bar up here. Ooh, cancel. What was it doing? Oh, we probably didn't get it to rebuild. So it was just constantly redirecting to itself. Now, the good news is when we start playing with the JavaScript to pop up the modal, pop up the pop-up, it's going to actually rebuild automatically. It actually watches the JavaScript when you put -watch. And let's start closing some of the stuff that we don't need right now. Wow, I had a lot of junk open here. Okay, open this guy up. Bam! Simulating what's going on in production. Lovely. All right. Good. Let me now that I know the direction we're going, let me just remove some of this stuff that I know we're not going to want anymore. Don't need the console log anymore because we have that banner at the top to tell us whether or not it's working. So we're back to no changes from master. This is truly what is in production. And let's make a little pop-up. Where shall we place this guy? Because all we have to do is detect the problem and give the user a message. Should be easy enough. Gosh, I guess I want to just call it miss component for now. So let's do a new schematic. We're going to do a new component, which is a pop-up. And this will be the reinstall pop-up. Okay, and these are also pop-ups, so I can sort of follow what I did with them. Looks like I don't really need anything special. And most of the work is going to be in the HTML, which has, here we go. So this is a mat dialog title. Do I want to say something like out of date or please reinstall? Update available. We'll phrase it in the positive. Matt. Okay, and so this is going to set all the text to use the material design standards that come prepackaged when you do, what is it? ng add at angular slash material or slash components or something. Anyway, when you scaffold in material into your Angular CLI project, it sets everything up nicely so that you can use things like this, and then it will take over styling the content of that div. Is this showing? I don't need to type all my content yet. Let's just get it working. So now we have a pop-up, hopefully, and we just need to show it at the right time, hopefully. Oh, interesting. We might want that. I'm trying to remember if the word wrap gets weird. Cool. So then in, I suppose, the app component, when we're, init service.initialize app. Okay, that sounds good. We already have this what's new service, show new features if there's, so it's going to be something very similar to that. It's going to detect some things at startup, and if there is, in our case, a redirect happening, we're going to show a pop-up. So that seems very similar. So let's start by just putting it right here in line, and maybe we'll need to move it off to a service or something if it gets a little unwieldy. So if document.refer is, in our case for testing, localhost 8080, that's the old one. Let's first of all just see that we can detect it at all. So hopefully this is rebuilding. Yup. I guess it's still not fast, is it? Still a little bit of waiting, even though it automatically picked up the change. And we open up our app, and this is the old JavaScript then. Now it downloaded all of our new JavaScript. And if we refresh by, I guess, clicking that, detected! Okay. So now instead of just printing out the string detected to the JavaScript console, let's figure out how to show a material pop-up, which this should be doing matdialog.open. We don't need to pass in any data, so we just give it the component name. Oops. So I want to do something similar to that here, but it's, I'm going to have to, oh my. It almost makes me want to make it a service just so that I don't have to add another another dependency. Mat dialog. This.mat dialog, and then we're going to open our new component, which is the reinstall pop-up component. Okay, sure. After I get this working, I'm going to go back and think about my names and be consistent and have nice style and all that. Fix this linting error that says the method is too long, has too many statements, stuff like that. But gosh, this might just do it. And then what would I have to do? I'd have to, on GitHub, right, I would have to change this docs folder. This is the old app on GitHub right now. This is what's served from GitHub pages. I just delete all of that and replace it with just our index.html that does the redirect. And then and that's it. And then nothing. And then that's the solution. Oh right, we have to wait 10 seconds for it to download the new JavaScript. And then next time the user refreshes, they're going to see our message. Okay. All right. This doesn't have the title, update available. Huh. What's going on there? You know, it's a little more awkward to use the dev tools in this like separately installed environment. Huh. Okay. What did I do wrong? What did I do differently? Let's open up the docs for material and see how we're supposed to be doing dialogues. So we have, here's the dialog. Mat dialog title. And the TypeScript does dialog.open. It does pass in some stuff, but we don't have any data. I don't feel like that's, I mean, we could just pass in a width and see if somehow that magically makes the title appear. The title is hi. Oh, the title is hi, and then, I see. And then we'll probably want something at the bottom for like an OK button. Let's add that and see if that even shows up. I'm a little confused. So if we look at whatever we did here at the bottom, we just have an OK button. Yep, that makes sense. That will close the dialog. Then we're going to have to refresh twice. You know what I could do just to get the dialog working? I could serve this like a just use ngserve and have it unconditionally show the pop-up. If this doesn't somehow magically make it all work, that's what I'll do. In fact, I'll start it right now. because that's going to be a much quicker cycle of experimentation. Huh. Oh, wait. That's the old reinstall pop-up works. That's like the templated code. That's not anything that I typed. Where's that coming from? Does the ng watch prod not even pick up changes to templates and somehow? Oh, that would be annoying. That's what? Which one was this one? Let me just totally restart this and see if that's the problem. But in the meantime, we can go here, unconditionally do this, and then we should just be able to go to localhost 4200 and see, get the pop-up working. Oh, which it probably is now that, yeah. Now that I saw the problem was just that the template never got updated. What's up with watch mode? That's a annoying bug. I call that a bug. That's not just forgetting to like refresh the. It's not just not picking up the change. It's rebuilding, but using the old template. And I'm going to want to restart that. So we do this. Immediately works. Okay, great. So let's just give it some content. What should we say? Something nice and encouraging that makes it sound like this is no big deal. This version of weather graph is something about you've got the latest version, actually, but if you want to get rid of that ugly banner at the top of the page, you're going to have to uninstall and reinstall from this new URL. How do I say that nicely? And in a way that it's going to be annoying. Yeah, I should have. We apologize for the can I get autocomplete please here for just English words? Come on, WebStorm, let's go. Inconvenience. I should compose this someplace where I have spell check. Let's let me pull up. I don't know what's. Let me just. Oh, sorry. I was looking for a way to blank out my screen while I find. Oh, I know what I can do. I'll pull up a doc on my other monitor and pull it up there. I just don't know if I open Google Docs what's there, and I don't know if I want to live stream it. Not that there would be anything horrible, but anyway, I'll just pull up a blank Google Doc and compose my my pop-up text there where I'm going to have spell check. Okay, we're sorry for the inconvenience. But you probably noticed that extra bar at the top of the app. Not page, because this is an installed app now. Weather graph moved to a new, better URL. Isn't that exciting, user? Don't you love that? Unfortunately, if you installed the app previously, you will need to uninstall and reinstall, uninstall that version and go to the new and reinstall it from the new URL instead. Reinstall. See? Spell check? That's why I'm doing it here. Reinstall it from, and I should just actually put the URL here. Reinstall it from HTTPS. Oh, and this will be, I can actually make this a link. Weather. Oh, drawback of Google Docs, it's going to put weird. Okay, I will make it a link back in the real editor. You'll need to uninstall that version. And actually, this will be curious. If I make it a link and then paste it into my editor, will it somehow magically make it an actual anchor tag? I doubt it, but we'll find out. If you don't have time right now, no problem. This version is fully functional and up to date, except for that unfortunate banner at the top. Accept. Okay. So we want that here. It's going to be in 2 paragraphs. And I want to make this into a link. Oops. And let's see what that looks like. I should be able to just go, oops, nope, not there. Here. Yeah, and it just auto-refreshed. That's so much nicer. And if this was on a device, what would it look like if I'm on... Oh, you know what? That's pretty good right there. I don't think that really needs any extra like sizing or styling. It's big. It's kind of annoying. And I want to say something in here to, right, to, let me go back in. To get rid of that bar, please navigate directly to the URL. Unfortunately, if you installed the app previously, you'll need to uninstall that version and reinstall it from there. If you don't have time right now, no problem. Yeah. Cool. I think that's probably good enough. Oh, let's do just the 1 paragraph at a time. That was to here. And this is my link. And the second paragraph. And get my link again. Nice. So this should be the new pop-up. It is a little bit long now. Oh, and interesting, there is no bar at the top when you're in a normal browser. So if someone actually types in the URL or finds some old link out there somewhere, and they're not in an installed version of the PWA, there is no extra bar at the top, and this just feels annoying. I think. Let's just verify that. If we go just in the browser itself to the, what was it, 8080 was representing the old one. Yeah, it redirects them without the extra bar. Ah, so we need a way to not show that pop up unless they're actually in an installed PWA. There must be no. Yeah, installed. Right. Can we distinguish between being in the browser versus being in one of these um, things that are more like native embedded in the app? Ooh, interesting. Okay, making progress. Um, let's just see. First of all, does the referrer, maybe this is enough. I feel like the referrer is still going to be 8080, but let's find out for sure. Now we have to wait because we have to do it through the actual thing that does the redirect. If I go back, okay, next time we visit 8080, when this is done, it's done. 80, 8080. Yeah, see, the referrer is still there. So how do we distinguish? Is PWA installed? Oh yeah, what state is it running in? Browser tab, standalone window. Get installed related apps. That would be great. I'd like to do that from MDN. App installation and management APIs. Huh. Cool. I've never played around with all this. What does this mean? Oh, well, okay. Do we have like a... I mean, marketplace. The Open Web Apps is a programmatic interface for installing web apps and managing client-side collection of web apps that a user has installed. This collection is called the blah blah blah. Installation management functions. So we can install, check installed. Navigator.moz apps? No. We, on moz apps, nope. Okay, well, I wasn't getting what I wanted here, so let's go back to this blog post. See, detect how the PWA was launched on web.dev for details on how to check if your PWA was installed, how it was launched, and if the user switches between standalone and web browser tab. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Okay, I'll go there. Detect how it was launched. The CSS display mode query? Okay, that makes sense. The display mode means whether or not it has the browser Chrome around it. You can apply different styles depending on how it was launched. Ah, I never knew all this. Hide the install button and provide a back button when launched as... Oh, yeah. Use media match to test the display mode media query. Safari and iOS. Okay. Does only Safari and iOS have that? If I can do this everywhere, why would I care about the other? Okay, that's specific to iOS, it looks like it's saying. Uh-huh. Wow, that is super cool. So let's just copy this and see if we can take advantage. Sure, I'm definitely going to be moving this off into a separate service now that I've seen all this. How do I convince TypeScript I'm allowed to do this? I'll come back to this later. So the display mode is browser tab unless our media query matches. And in the documentation, this was after the DOM content loaded. But I'm feeling like if we've already initialized our Angular app, that this maybe will already have the DOM content loaded. So if display mode is browser tab, no, if it's standalone, and we have that referrer. So now in here, if we refresh, we should not see it pop up. But in here, oh, we have to make sure that we've waited for this guy to reload. And let me just pop open the dev tools. Okay, it looks like it downloaded some new JavaScript. Let's see if that was what we wanted. Maybe not. But it should be done compiling by now. Yeah. And so now if we refresh, we should definitely have the newest JavaScript, and we're still getting our pop-up. It's exactly what we wanted. So when there's a standalone, when it's in standalone mode and there's a bar up top, it says, "Hey, look, you've got an ugly bar. You better fix that, buddy." But here in the browser, oh, you know what? The referrer wouldn't match here either. So I want to be testing this here in the browser, where it just redirects you automatically. No problemo. We'll just continue because you've got the latest. It looks fine. No worries. And if they go to install it now, they're going to be installing it from the new domain. So everyone's happy. All right. Including me. Okay, so next up, I want to get this in like production quality code. And that's going to include having tests for it. I'm going to do some refactoring. Let's see how quick we can knock that out. I'm going to be right back in a minute. My water is empty and I'm thirsty. So thanks for hanging in. I'll be back. It'll be just a minute. Okay, thanks for your patience. Um, cool. I am going to switch to sitting mode and get serious about writing some code. Okay, let's do this thing. Research and experimentation is over. Time to just write production quality code. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to make this, get this logic extracted off into a service that I can inject here and call just like this one that I looked at before, the show new features. So let's make, I wonder what will happen if I make a schematic and do a service with the same name as that folder. Will it just put it in there for me? Let's find out. Reinstall pop-up. Oh, I should change that name because it doesn't say anything about reinstalling. Oh, it doesn't make a directory for it at all. Huh. All right, so I could have done that from in here. And what shall we name this thing? This is like the PWA manual redirect pop-up. We are sort of asking the user to reinstall. Request a reinstall request. Request the user to reinstall. Reinstall pop-up. And I notice my other pop-ups don't have the name pop-up on them because these are both also dialogues or pop-ups. So let's go ahead and rename this thing the manual reinstall component. And let's rename the service as well. Manual reinstall service. Yes. And oh, it did not pick up the spec. That's too bad. Manual install and manual reinstall directory. Okay, let's see if anything in the project still refers to reinstall pop-up. Yes, the selector app. Oh, we don't even need a selector. This is only used as a dialog. We don't embed it in a template anywhere. Okay, cool. App module has cool. So now let me just move all the code I wrote here into the service. I'll just put it on the bottom, like commented out for me to use as reference. And then I want to actually write the production style of TDD using a TDD style. So I'm going to write a test before I actually write the real code, see the test fail, write the real code to make the test pass, and go ahead and just work with that red-green refactor style because I like that when I already know exactly what I'm going to write and where I'm going to write it, which by now after all this experimentation I do. I find that's great because it makes sure you have a really solid test suite by the time you're done. That's the big advantage in my mind. So this isn't really test-driven development. I already did a whole bunch of development without any tests, but now we'll pretend. So that means we want the spec here, and oh, we still have reinstall pop-up. Does that show up anywhere? That's the only spot. So this is the manual reinstall service. And we're going to need to, what's the simplest thing simplest test we can write that will pass. It does not show the pop-up. Let's see. There's a lot of cases. It doesn't show it when the referrer is coming from the proper place. It does not show it when the installed version, the what did we call it? The display mode is browser tab. So let's do two tests for that. It does not show the pop-up when the, I'm going to get an outline of all my tests. When the referrer is anything other than the GitHub pages, is something other than the GitHub pages URL. Sure. It does not show the something very similar. It does not show the pop-up. Oh, in fact, I should be using my my little live template. And we're going to need a CTX. Yeah, let me walk you through this, because I am pretty proud of my little testing framework that I have. I use these context objects. Okay, so first of all, I write my tests to interact with the app like a user would. I don't go to test bed inject reinstall service. And I know that that's the community standard recommended by many people. And I normally am all about community standards. I like to write my code in the conventional way so that any Angular developer will feel at home in my code. That's the way we work on my team. That's the way I try to work on these side projects. However, there is, well, really two, but one, in this case, one relevant exception to just following community standards, and that's the way that I write my tests. I much prefer to have the test put the app on the screen and simulate user interactions. And I'm only going to stub out browser APIs, HTTP calls with the Angular testing framework. Or in this case, I'll have to stub out the referrer and the whatever this stuff is testing. But that assures me, I don't know, I just feel a lot better about that than if I manually reach in and grab this class out of my code and call this function on it. Does that function do what I want? Okay, cool. I wrote a function that does what I thought the function should do, but is that really what the function should do? The way I feel confident about that is if I have the user click and have it show the result in the DOM that I like. Now I know not just that the function does what I thought it should do, but that actually achieves the correct result. So that's my rationale. The other thing is that it makes the tests less, it doesn't have as much churn when you refactor. Because if I'm just gonna, convert, like I just did, convert from having the code inline here to making it in a service, the user still interacts with it the same way. The DOM still does the same things. The browser APIs are still stubbed the same way. So my test doesn't have to change. I can refactor into a new service and rerun my test to show that it still works. Whereas if my tests were all like just reaching into all the internals, when I refactor, the tests don't even work anymore, whether or not the production code works. My tests don't help me refactor. So anyway, that's my little soapbox. There are certainly pros and cons. Tests are slower the way I do it, and things like that. But it's a trade-off that I prefer. Okay, so before each, we want to create one of these context objects. I won't do any of that yet. And then that'll be enough for now for just and I'll build on top of this. Interesting. Right, we won't even have a reference to the manual reinstall service in the actual code of the test, because that's not something that the user can actually interact with directly. Okay, so I was writing a test outline, right? So let's do a couple of these. It does not show the pop-up when the referrer is blah, 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 blah. It also does not show the pop-up when what do we call it? Rendering in, when launched from, when display mode, when displayed in a browser tab. Okay, now it does show the pop-up. It does show the pop-up when I have to write all this out again. I needed a shorthand to describe all this. It shows the pop-up when displayed standalone and referred from the GitHub pages URL. I'll just spell it out. That's fine. And then, oh, we're going to need a special case for iOS, except we really don't, because my app doesn't work on iOS, it seems. And I don't actually have an iPhone to figure out why and fix it. So I guess we don't even need this part, and then we don't have to write a test for it. Okay, so let's start with this one. And let me show you this, what this does, so that you can follow along a little better. I'll start the test server and pop it open. And I'll show you this context object that I have created elsewhere in my app actually puts the full app on the screen, ready for the user to interact with. Oh, I've got an error somewhere. Some stuff that I imported and didn't need anymore. I like to use all the strictest TypeScript settings so that I get all the possible help TypeScript is willing to offer me. So that should be at this URL. Here come our tests. We don't need them in browser mode. So you can see the tests are not super fast because of the trade-off that I was talking about. But anyway, let's run just our spec equals manual reinstall service, run our 3, and as you could see, it's got the actual whole app just there on the screen ready for us to interact with in the test. So what does cleanup fresh init do? I saw expect prompt. Oh, yes. So if we don't set up anything, so by default, this is going to show the app as a brand new, as if the user had never installed it before, which means, if I come in here and I, say use my current location. Oh, I don't need to do that. Use San Francisco, which is not my current location. And I, give it some settings. I want to display stuff in Celsius, and I don't care about the feel of real or the wind temperature. And then when I refresh, it's going to remember all your settings. But the first time you ever, if I now clear that, the first time you ever run the app, it pops this open, gives you a snack bar at the bottom prompting you to enter a location. And so if we don't do anything special here, it's going to run in that mode, and we'll have to run this cleanup fresh init to get all that stuff sort of out of the way. And this, do we want this to be a fresh init? What are the other options? Yeah, because otherwise we're going to have to worry about it making HTTP requests, and we'll have to clean those up instead. So I think that sounds just fine. So we're going to write this one. We want to clean up a fresh init, and then we're going to you're right. If we set it up with displayed in standalone and referred from the GitHub pages URL, that's going to be let me just get rid of all the stuff we don't care about right now. Oops, we did care about that last one. Anyway, we'll go back to it later. So we want to set it up so that things are stubbed out to have this thing return a matches. Oh, that's annoying. And have the refer be 8080. Well, that part's easy enough. So that's Jasmine. No, just spy on, what is it, property, document, refer. Give me autocomplete. There we go. And how do we then set the value on this? I can't remember. Is it just and returns? Spy on property. And return value. Okay. Yep. And return values, return value. And now we need the actual refer that production will have. So let's open up the, how do we do this? We have to go to the assignment.github.io/weather. And then we need to install that. Oh no, the refer will be the same. So now how do we get this to point us to a refer? Is it going to be, it's just going to be this, right? So does it have the slash or not? We'll see if it starts with this. That'll be good enough. Or even if it contains. So we won't care about, let's just make the refer this, but then in the production code, we'll just work with like contains or starts with or something. So here the document.refer is, we have the protocol and the trailing slash. So we will keep all of that here. So that should set up this part of it. Now we need to set up, we need to know how to set up this craziness. Well, let's just get to it. Spy on window match media, and we need to return an object that has a matches that is false. And return, and then we're going to have to write, still get trickier to make sure that this part is tested right. I don't even know how to do that well without just copy pasting the string between the two places. And then what's really the point? You're not proving that this is the right string. You're just proving that it's the string you thought it should be. So that's not very useful to me. We'll return a value where matches is true. So if we do this with args, with these arguments, if we get the call with these arguments, oh, there's no array. That's just like a, what do you call that, variadic argument? Argument matches true is not assignable to parameter of media query list because we're going to need a whole bunch more junk. Media, on change, add listener, remove listener, and 3 more. I mean, I really don't want to be in the business of stubbing out this whole media match API. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. If I was really doing this right, I suppose I could make a whole little framework or fine, go search for a whole little framework that knows how to stub out these media match queries properly and use that. In fact, that's worth a quick search. Mock media request. Match media. Mock match media. Just match media mock. For just, okay, there's one there. What about for Jasmine? Since that's what the Angular CLI gives us. Server-side compatible replacement for testing media queries programmatically. That's not the kind of test we're talking about, is it? I don't think so. Yeah. The other thing I could do is instead of stubbing out the browser API, I could make a little service that wraps it and then just stub that service and just not test that I'm using the browser API correctly. Instead, just ignore that part. But I don't know. I'm kind of into this right now. So right now, this guy should hopefully set us up to have the pop-up displayed. I mean, once we get the production code working right. And then now we need to actually write the expectation for that pop-up to show that pop-up exists. And so for that, I'm going to see what I did. Let's see, do we have any tests for this? No. This? No. What about that, like, what's new service thing? What's new service spec? What do we do here? Tracking an event? No. I want to see that a pop-up is shown. No. No. If I don't have an example to follow, that's okay. I can it would speed up the process a bit. I haven't written tests for everything. When I start a new side project, let me give you some advice, because I do lots of side projects. When I have an idea and I think I want to do a new side project, I really embrace the idea of the MVP, the minimum viable product. So the first thing you want to do is make sure that someone is going to use it. For me, it's usually myself. I know that it's something that I want to use, and so I'm going to make it for myself. And then you make the app as little, as small, as quick, as like featureless as possible, so that so that but that you'll still use it. So that's the minimum thing you can make that you will actually use. And so for me, I do that. I'm not writing tests yet. I'm in like hack away mode, just trying to get something that it's going to be useful to me. Because if I can't get to that step quickly, I'll probably, there's a much better chance I'm going to get distracted and never end up making the app. If the effort required to get it to something I will use is too big, I'll just never make it. I'll never finish. I've learned this the hard way. And so, um, what about UI UX in the comments? What about UI? So let me give you an example. I made I don't know if I can find the old version of it. It's very funny. I made a little app for myself for when I'm working out, that just like I was keeping track of my number of reps of stuff I was doing in a spreadsheet. And it was a real fancy spreadsheet, and it turned green if it was my new personal record and all that kind of stuff. And a friend and I were both using it. And it became a little bit cumbersome to update the time, to get the time just right, because I had to have the time that the set happened, that I did the exercises. And so I wanted to make an app, and I thought, okay, what's the least I can make this app that I will find it actually be useful? So I recorded audio of myself counting out like a timer, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, up to 10 reps. I had an HTML button, no material design. I had an href link, no styling, that would I could enter in all of my information, hit a button that copies it into the information to a clipboard, hit a different link that takes me to my Google Sheet, hard-coded link to the Google Sheet to paste in my results. So I was able to get that working. I was using it. It was useful. It was ugly. It was cumbersome. Then after I used it for a while, I was like, the next time it felt like working on a side project, I was like, why don't I just put material design on this thing and make it look nice? And now I can just do a little piece at a time and improve it whenever I feel like it, but it's already there and I can just do a little piece whenever I want, and I don't have to have this big effort. So anyway, all of that was a big aside to say, embrace the idea of the MVP even for your own personal side projects. That's what I've found works much better. And now I have a number of side projects that are actually, I think, fairly polished, like this weather app. And that's where I started this whole thing. So I made an MVP that I knew I would use, no tests, and now, I've told people about it. People in other countries have it installed and use it a little bit. It's showed up on some forums that I didn't even post about. It's not super popular, but it's out there. And so now I need this to reach a new level of maturity, and now I'm writing tests for everything. So all of that was to say I don't actually have tests for everything in here, because when I started this app, I was not writing tests. But now it's a more mature app, and I want to write tests. So thanks for the question. I appreciate a little interaction. So that's why my simple side project haven't done in almost 2 years. You did the UI UX first. Yeah, see, right? Minimum you can do to make it work. Then maybe over this holiday break, you're going to feel like improving it a little bit. You can just work on it for a day and it'll get better. And you're making something you're actually using better, and you'll get some reward out of it every time you work on it. Right. Do I have a test anywhere? Ooh. Privacy policy. Looks like I have a test for that here. Tracks an event. Oh, maybe it only checks that the event is there. It doesn't check that the pop-up was actually opened. Okay. looks like I don't have a test to copy to, to verify like the existence of a pop-up yet. So let's figure out how to make one of those. This is fun because now I get to show you component harnesses. These are new-ish. They're probably a year old. They came out in Angular 9, and now we're on 11, 9, 11, 10, 9. So that's 2 releases ago. So that should be, and we just got 11 recently. I think it was about a year ago. And only in 11, I think, did the material design team finish making harnesses for all of their components. Just a second, my mouth is dry again. And I love them. I've been, I explained earlier that I have my own sort of fancy way of doing tests. I say fancy. It's a different way of doing tests where I'm always interacting with it like a user. And so in the past, I've had to build up my own like testing framework to do clicks and simulate the way a browser really does a click and fire all the right events and make them bubble the right way and everything like that. Well, finally, Angular Material released a library that takes care of a lot of that for me. And it's called a component harness. And it's not just test helpers like that, but it also gives me a framework, gives the world a framework for where do all these test helpers belong, and how do you access them in a way that's reusable and has the right sort of like scoping concerns of who should know that there's a button here. Actually, the outside world shouldn't. Only the component that has the button tag should know that there's an actual button. All kinds of interesting stuff like that. So I love component harnesses, and this is going to be my first chance to kind of show it off in a live coding session. Not show it off, but like demonstrate it. Do you do marketing for your project, like using Google Ads? No, I put the weather app on Hacker News Show. I forgot what it's called, Hacker News Show section, and got a number of hits based on that. The problem is, this is why I can never actually run my own company. I love writing software, and I just have no motivation whatsoever to do any business side stuff, any marketing stuff, any sales. And so, I'm happy being an employee in a company where there's division of labor and other people can take care of all that. And I can just work on my side projects for fun. Is there a component test harness for React? I don't know. The material design team, the Angular material design team, is the one that released this component harness framework that I use. But if you pay attention, you can still learn a lot of principles for how to structure your test helpers in a similar way. So like my team at work, we have this big code base, and we are not in a place where we can actually adopt real component harnesses. However, I learned some lessons for how to structure all of our test helpers, and now we're at least following those principles at work, and that's been actually really helpful. So we need to make a component harness for this guy. Oh, or do we? Maybe we can use one. That's even better. Because material design is going to have like some sort of pop-up harness, I assume. Let's go check it out. Let's go, here's the material design, here's the API. They have a mat dialog harness. And what does it have? Harness, role, host. Harness for interacting with standard mat dialog in tests. Let's see if we can use that. So in our test, let's just copy that. We want to do something like get harness this guy. And so this is going to be the dialog. And for a first little test, let's just say that it appears. Oh, am I in the wrong spot? Oh, copy, undo, undo, up here. And we're just going to expect dialog. You know what? That's going to be enough. If there is no dialog, this is going to throw an error. So let's just expect, just to demonstrate that that's what we're doing, not to throw error. And when we run our test, expected it not to throw an error, but it threw an error because there's no dialog. So now let's get in some code to try and satisfy this test. And that should be really easy. So here we're going to need the mat dialog. I just realized you weren't asking, sorry, you asked earlier, Deetra, you asked about Jest, and I, in my mind, was thinking React. I don't know why. It's because React and Jest are both like a Facebook community thing originally, so sorry about that. Is there a component test harness for... Oh, you did say React. Okay, I was not way off base there. Jest and React usually often go together, although there are Angular teams who use Jest as well for their tests. Okay, right. So, sorry about that. I stand by what I said earlier. I don't know anything about component harnesses for React. So we're going to need a function called, I don't know, show prompt if appropriate, which is just going to do this .mat dialog dot, it's going to do this unconditionally. And then we'll need to call that from the, what was it called, the init service? Init service. So we'll need to inject our manual reinstall service. I like to alphabetize my imports, my injected things. Manual reinstall service. And then here in init, all we have to do is this dot manual reinstall service dot prompt if appropriate, or yeah, that's good. So maybe if we happen to get this right, this test is now going to pass. So we went red, now we're going to turn it green. Maybe. Hey, look at that. Red, green. So the cycle for TDD is red, green, refactor. We did the first two steps. And I don't really see much to refactor here because it's all just such simple code so far. And so the idea with TDD is you just do little steps like this. You make the test, you add something to your test so that it fails, and then you go back to the production code and make it work. And then in the end, you make sure that every part of your test is actually testing something that was missing in production. And if that part of production stops working, you know that there was some test to cover it. It's, you know, you don't forget. It's harder to forget some part, something to test. Okay, so now we satisfied that test. Oh, you know what? Let's do something to make sure that it's our pop-up and not like the what's new pop-up. One of the other ones that like happens here. Show new features. The new features pop-up. So now we have to dig into the content of the dialog maybe, and let's see what's available on our harness. close get ID host. Maybe we can do that. .host .get dimensions CSS property. No, there's nothing. I'm not getting anything. It's showing the dialog. I know what we need. So we want the dialog to have our manual reinstall component inside it. So now we're going to make a harness for the manual reinstall component. Here, I'll show you here. And we're not going to need it inside this not to throw error anymore because we're going to have a real expectation. So then we're going to do. Let me not say that so confidently yet. Let's leave it alone and we'll see. Now we'll do dialog dot get a harness. From within the dialog, we're going to get another sub harness for, and now this is going to be the manual reinstall component harness, and we're going to have to make that. And so now if this exists inside the dialog, we know that we're showing the right thing. So let's make one of those. Manual reinstall component harness. Export class, that thing. Extends component harness. Component harness. And I think all we're going to need, this is going to be the simplest harness I've ever written. All we need is, although we can go in and make it better with more tests later, but for now. Selector, host selector, what is this thing called? Let's find another harness somewhere. I think I have one in here. Harness. Oh, abstract. Let's find a subclass of this. Yeah, host selector. So this is part of just the material, or yeah, I guess material. It's in the CDK, not actually in material, but the component harness framework. You make one of these guys, and oh, we need a selector. Okay, so we actually, we have to find a DOM element with this selector, and because it's a pop-up, do we even have? How can we select this thing? We have a where's our H1 or our oh, it does have a selector, app reinstall pop-up. Okay, great. Let me see. Let me just make sure that's not because of some old version before I deleted that selector. You remember I deleted that selector from the code at some point. So this should have the most up-to-date code. And let's see if that has the same thing. No, this is just ng component. So let's put that selector back in the code so that we can use it in the harness. Manual reinstall component. Put the selector back. Come back to our app here, and now there we go. Okay, so now this is the app manual reinstall. Would match the name. That's how we should be naming things, so that the selector matches the name of the component itself. The class name, the file name, they all match. And now, if the pop-up has this selector, hopefully, did we see the red part of the red-green refactor? We're going to have to turn it red again because the pop-up is already showing. We can't We have to go break the code if we want it to be read. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. So now, if that is inside the dialog, we will know that we're showing not just a dialog, but our dialog. Should be green right now? No, okay, great. So it turned red, but not for the reason I was hoping. So let's go to our test and set a breakpoint and see what's going on. Manual, reinstall, service spec, I think is where we wrote that. And the pop-up is indeed there, and yet it's somehow unable to find this. Well, why would that be? Does this have the selector? No, that still just says ng component. Let me just restart Karma. There's an annoying, terrible bug in Karma, and it's only in more recent versions where I had this error here in the test, and so it wasn't recompiling, it wasn't rerunning the test because it couldn't, the compilation failed. And while the error was in this file, I changed this file. Then later I came back and fixed the error. Karma recompiled, and it only picked up the changes to this file, and it didn't get the changes to, this file. This was the one I changed, while this one had an error. So that's my theory about why things failed. Super annoying. But anyway, we'll see that this turns green if that was the problem. I don't need my breakpoint right now. Great. So I maybe wouldn't do this if I was just working on my own, but because I'm trying to demonstrate TDD, let me close some of this stuff. I'll have to reopen it again. Let me just break the production, code. Maybe here will be, oh gosh. If true, return. That'll compile. Break the production code so that it doesn't open the pop-up and prove that this test is actually working, so that if the pop-up doesn't, if the pop-up doesn't appear, the test fails, and if the pop-up does appear, the test is going to pass. So we know the test actually is doing what it should. And that's perfect. I think that test is now done, and we can move on and do our next two. So what I like to do here is have it set up by default for the pop-up to appear, and then break it in these two cases with the two different ways we should have it not appear. So let's refactor this a little bit to make that easier. So before each, let's move this up into a before each. And let's save these spies to change the return value in our tests below. So if we, for example, save the, which one are we doing first? The refer? Refer spy is a Jasmine dot spy of something. I'm going to come back to that in a second. So the refer spy equals this thing. And what is this thing? It is a Jasmine spy. Oh, come on. You're not going to tell me. It's a Jasmine spy of... Oh, maybe it's just like something that returns string. Does that satisfy our typing for us? Jazz min. Okay, that's good enough. And now in here, we can say refer spy dot and return value, and we're going to make it, just some other referrer. We don't care what. It's just not going to be this one. And then, oops, I keep doing this in the wrong place. Down here. And then we're going to have sort of the opposite. We're going to expect this to throw an error because it should not be there. One of these, even if there's a pop-up, you certainly shouldn't have the manual reinstall component harness on the page anywhere. And I've got a little more refactoring in mind, but let's do the red-green refactor. First get a failing test, then make the test pass the simplest way you can, then go back and refactor, because then you can refactor things with the protection of a passing test, and if you made a mistake while you were refactoring, the test will tell you. So we should have 2 red X's still, but one of them is now because our expectation failed, and we can go improve our production code to make both tests pass. So that's going to be if the referrer is this guy. Oh, and I want to do I want to be a little fancier. Dot contains this, and then I won't really need to go refer dot includes is the string method for if there's a substring match. So if this is in the referrer anywhere, which I'm fine with, then we're going to show this. And we turned it green. Red, green. Now let's refactor. I noticed that this, maybe I can just move. I don't want to repeat this as much. I want like abstract this away. Let's just do like get pop-up and move this into it. Let's just return it. This is oh gosh, what does this return? Okay, let's not even return it. Let's just find pop-up. Returns void. And then here we can just call it. Oh, and now I think we can do this. We'll see. That's cool. That's fun. If it works. Yeah, great. Okay, that's nicer. Okay. Now, finally, the other case where it should not show is when this guy, when the match is false instead of true. And so for that, I want to refactor a little bit again to make that easy. I want to do, let's see, I think I like it better right there. Stub as standalone. And I'm just going to pass in a true or false, and it will take care of the stubbing for me. Is standalone, which is a Boolean. And there I'm going to do this part. And matches is going to be this guy. And then I can call stub as standalone true by default. Oh, whoops. This was matches. And that's just a refactor. We should still have 2 green. Lovely. And now we can make a copy of this test, but instead of changing that one, we're going to change stub as standalone false. And we should still be red, but now we should be able to go fix the production code. Oh, has already been spied upon. Okay. That's all right. We can do display mode spy, which is one of these that returns an object with a Boolean for matches. And we'll have to move this part up. The typing doesn't match? Right, so we're returning, this is a media query list. Returns a media query list. There we go. Okay, so now we should still be red, but for, like, it should just say, write this test, or, oh, expected function to throw error. Right, so now we can go fix the production code to turn it green. And I realize I didn't give enough intro at all to these context objects. These context objects are available in one of my open source libraries, so I'll explain it to you in case you feel like using them yourself. You set it up. Where should I start? Let me pull up the docs for it, and that'll be a much simpler place to describe them from. So this is in my package called slibs/ngdev. And let's open up the API docs for it and go to the component context. So here's a simple example component context. Here we have a component. We create a context, which is just a subclass that defines this component type. And then that's all you need, so that when you call .run, it's going to put one of these on the screen for you to interact with in your test. And there's a lot fancier stuff you can do to customize it, but that's the basics. And then the idea is there's sort of, I like to break up my tests into a very clearly defined initialization section. Then I'm going to exercise the code, and then I'm going to expect the results of whatever exercised the code. And one of the things I like about this context pattern is that any of the setup is up here. It's already built into the structure of the test now. All the setup code you can just pick out real easily because it's outside of this callback. Then anything inside the callback is going to have that component on the screen for you to interact with. And the other thing I'll point out that's relevant for us so far is that the component harnesses are an asynchronous framework. And so, like, this get harness is actually, if we go look at the material docs for it, where did we go? Like we saw get harness is asynchronous, so it returns a promise. But you notice I did not await the result of that promise like you normally would. And that's because I put built into these context objects. I'm not doing the, I've got a wrapper around it here, this ctx.get harness, to make it synchronous, um, and that allows me to run my tests in the fake async zone. If you're familiar with that, if you're not, that's probably too much information for now, but in case you're familiar with it, the fake async zone is not able to, you're not allowed to, it just doesn't work if you try to put an await inside there. The framework doesn't work right that way. But I like to use the fake async zone for everything, and so I made a little way to allow me to use both the fake async zone and component harnesses, which are asynchronous. Anyway, we can now turn this guy green by getting this into our if statement. You can do it. Hey! Success. Okay, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. There's only one thing left. I like to write tests for all my code. And so far we wrote tests for everything here, but we didn't write tests for any code in the component itself. And there's not much to worry about. I'm not going to like test the whole text content. I'm not going to test the styling. That's just not, I don't feel like that's worth it. But I'm wondering if I should do something for this button to make sure that the OK button actually closes the pop-up. That's the only like functionality in this pop-up besides just like rendering, displaying content. So I wonder, maybe to answer whether I want to do this, I'm going to go find if material already has a harness for this directive that I can use. Or is that necessary? No, I can get a button. I can make my own harness to grab a button and click it. And I think that's going to be great. So we want to now, okay, so let's make a spec for our component. Did we get one by default? No, we got a service spec, but we don't have a component spec. So let's make one of those. Manual reinstall component spec. And this is a weather graph context. And we're going to have a test that says something like it can be dismissed with its OK button, with an OK button. Yeah. So in order to do red-green refactor, I'm going to intentionally introduce a mistake here. And then I'm going to be able to write a failing test for it. You can do this the other way around. In fact, let me just do that. Like I'm just fake. I don't have to pretend I'm doing TDD. As long as I remember after I've written the test to have it to see it both green and red by changing only the production code. That's the real key to make sure your test is well written, or at least functional. So we're going to need setup very similar to all of this. And so I could copy paste this. In fact, I will copy paste this. We'll just turn it, we'll do red green refactor. We'll make messy code until we've turned it red and then green, and then we'll clean it up. What did I even just copy? Okay. And oh, we're even going to need this stub as a standalone. We don't need to see the cases where we can prevent it from showing up. So let me just get that compiling by removing those. And now I want to get a hold of, it's going to be similar to this. We want to get a hold of our harness. And then we want to do dialog, no. What should we call this one? This is the dialog. This is the, I don't know, component. So when we call component dot dismiss with OK, and here I'm going to write this, and now we're really going to get it, be able to talk about how to structure things in the style that component harnesses give you. And then we're going to expect the dialog to be gone, which I think will do that. CTX dot get harness for optional. So this will no longer throw an error if the dialog is not there, and instead it will be null. Okay, so let's make this function. Now, one of the principles here, with a component harness is the outside world should never gain access to anything that you have put in your template or in your whatever. They shouldn't be able to directly access any of your private API. And so, because like one might think, oh, I should get a hold of the button here, you know, button equals get button and then button dot click. But the principles that the Angular team gave us, which are fantastic, are no. This harness should never expose the internal details of the fact that it has a button inside of it, right? Because maybe we're going to change this and it's no longer going to be an HTML button element anymore, and it's going to be, I don't know, some div that has a click handler. And we don't want anyone from the outside world to have to care about that, including any tests outside of the test for this specific component, or sorry, any of the test code written outside of anything that starts with this manual reinstall component, basically. And so we're gonna encapsulate all the knowledge of the internal workings of this component here in the harness, in this harness. It's going to be the only thing that knows that there's an actual HTML button element. And then in the outside world can just call dismiss with OK, and we can do that from any test anywhere. And we only have to come into here to change how this is implemented if we refactor later. So that's one of the big revelations to me of getting used to this component harness style of doing things. That was a game changer for me. My test helpers were, I always knew they were a bit of a mess, and I kept trying new ways to do it, kept trying new things, and I never settled on anything that worked right, and this locked it in. Any code that knows about the internal workings of this component or its HTML should live next to it. Not buried off in some test helpers folder, but it should live right next to it. And now it's in this harness file. Now it worked, like I said, on my team. We're not in a place where we can adopt actual harnesses, but we did at least adopt that structure, that organization of our code. So we made a different chose a different, we called it what, spec helpers. So it would be manual reinstall.component.spec helpers.ts, and we put a bunch of loose functions in there. And those are the only functions that are allowed to know the internal workings of the component. And any other test that needs to, click a button, inspect the content, see if it's visible, will call the helpers that we define in this file. Okay, so this is going to return a promise. Now remember, I said that component harnesses are always asynchronous. So when we're over here writing the component, the harness itself, everything is asynchronous. But here we access it through the context, and so we're going to use it as if it is synchronous. And how does this work? We want to get the button and click it. Get the OK button and click it. And I think I have some harnesses somewhere else that know how to get buttons. Where else do I have a button element in my code? Side nav toggle is a button. Let's see if I have a harness. That would be, where was that? That was in that was an app component. So is there an app component harness that knows about the map button harness with text menu? Bam. See, I knew exactly where to go find the code to be able to get access to the button, because all I had to do was find the button, and I knew the test helper code that would access it would live right next to it in the same file, the harness for that file. So the real revelation to me was it told me exactly where I should put all my test helpers. It is organized well, and I can find it. And I probably this is not so exciting to most people, but to me is like revolutionary. So I'm going to do something similar, and we're going to have a getter for get the OK button. The text is, I think it was all caps, OK. Yep. And then in here, we can do await this.get OK button. And then we're going to click that guy. Dot click. Bam. And then we need to return that so that the asynchronous, this function doesn't return until after all the asynchronous stuff is done. I got used to seeing it in this style. You could also make it a little, if this is easier for you to read, absolutely do it this way instead. So you're always awaiting every single promise. To me, I got used to this, and I'm okay with this. Maybe I'll change my mind someday. This does feel like it is more apt to cause problems, to miss like an await somewhere or the parentheses or something like that. But anyway, the rest of my code is written like this, and so I really value consistency. Someday I may decide I want to switch to having each await on a separate line, in which case I will go probably do that in one big PR where I refactor all of it. Just because consistency to me is important, unless it's a huge undertaking, and then I might do little pieces at a time, but otherwise. But that's just personal taste. All right, so maybe we have a working test. Or no, well, a working test because we left this here. I noticed that there's a dismiss with, no, it's not because I spelled it wrong. What's your issue? Dismissed with OK does not exist. And here the error messaging, we get the drawback of my little trick to be able to use this in the fake async zone synchronously, is the error messaging is sort of hidden by WebStorm here. I think there should be some angle brackets there, but there's a bug in WebStorm where it thinks that's a HTML tag or something and doesn't render it. Dismiss with OK should be on a manual reinstall component harness. Manual reinstall component harness. Let me just... What is this? This is a synchronized component harness. Interesting. What if I tell it here the type it should have? Okay, I remember this problem. And this is just a problem. If you're using component harnesses the normal way, you wouldn't have this problem right now. It's because I'm doing it inside this context. The reason I wrote all these context.get harnesses was to work around this problem. So I don't care that it's in a dialog in this test. So I'm going to get it straight from the context, and then that should solve it for me. Okay. Sorry that for anyone using this library or thinking about using it, that there are some workarounds. For me, it's well worth it because I can use harnesses and the fake async zone. I'm going to do both, absolutely. Okay, let's see if our new manual reinstall component test is passing. No, we've got all kinds of problems. And I know exactly what the problems are. We forgot this line. There's a bunch of stuff hanging around that we didn't clean up. And that's just something I have to remember because of the way I wrote my context. That's sort of boilerplate, unfortunately. I don't like boilerplate. Oh, that wasn't enough. Oh, dismiss with OK is going to set a timer. This is the drawback of using the fake async zone. You have complete control over the passage of time. That's what the fake async zone is for. I can freeze my app, 2 seconds after I click a button and see exactly what everything is doing, if that's important for what I'm testing. I can... Anyway, but for whatever reason, they decided that if there were any set timeout calls still pending that you haven't advanced time to cover to get past, that you haven't flushed those pending tasks, then they are going to say that you have an error in your test. And that's a decision made by the Angular team when they wrote the fake async zone. And so we have to deal with it. And the way we deal with it, let me just show you a couple, in case you run into this, if you have ever run into this when you're using fake async. I've got a little helper we can use to help us with that. The helper was helpful. What do you know? So I'm going to do log timers is a little helper function I made. And that is going to print something to the console for every set timeout that is executed after this time. And so here we have, wow, a whole bunch of them. And some of these, if you're doing this in a new app, you're probably not going to see all this. Material actually sets timeouts for a bunch of things in their accessibility framework, which was annoying for me to discover, because that means that if I use material in my tests, I'm going to have to clean up after material at the end of my test, which, doesn't thrill me. But it's these that are lasting, it looks like 500 milliseconds. So I'm going to have to advance time by half a second to make sure that all of these, like probably animations, normally, can we get the pop-up somewhere? When I click OK, there's some animation, the dialogue sort of fades away, and it looks like that's probably a half-second animation. And so I have to actually synthetically tell time to advance 500 seconds to flush all of that stuff that material queued up. So I'm going to do ctx.tick 500, and I'm always going to write a comment whenever I advance time like this, because it's too easy to, as you're learning this kind of stuff, to just think, oh, I probably have to flush some time, and you put like a tick 1000 there, flush, run time for a second and see if that fixes my problem. And sure enough, it did, and you move on with your life. But then, next month, someone comes back and looks at that and doesn't have a clue what it's there for. And so I like to see exactly how far I should advance time and leave a comment for why. So dismissing the dialog material queued up some tasks to animate the dialog away. And then probably once I turn the screen, if I haven't already, I'll make a helper for that with a nice name that says, flush dialog dismissal or something like that. So I can keep using that anywhere, and if those numbers change, I can just change it in my helper function. It's got a nice descriptive name, etc., etc. And let's just see if that fixed our problem. It's green. All right. Now we haven't quite done the red-green refactor. We didn't see it red because of a production problem. And the red should mean the production code's broken, see it red, then turn it green, then refactor. So I'm going to come back because that's going to prove if clicking OK no longer closes the dialog and the test fails, now we know we have a good test. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that error message means. Oh, and I don't need to be printing this anymore. I almost feel like I should make sure I know what that error message means to be very confident that my test is doing exactly what I think it should. Illegal invocation. What does that even mean? Oh, okay, let me set a breakpoint. So Jasmine, or no, Karma? Maybe Karma has this annoying feature, apparently. I'm not sure what purpose it does serve, but I experienced pain from it. It caught this error at some point, saved it until the test was done, and then printed it, and now the stack trace is just showing me where it printed it from instead of showing me where the error actually came from. And so what I'm going to do is set a breakpoint at somewhere in my test. Oh, do I not even have this test open yet? In my manual reinstall component spec. And then stop right away as soon as an error is thrown. And we'll maybe see where this is coming from. So we paused on an exception, and what is the exception? Ah, yeah, illegal invocation is coming from this P tag name receiver. This is certainly not the error I would have expected by removing that. By the way, Deetra, thank you so much for the follow. I see the little heart. Twitch appropriately puts a little heart icon next to following, and I do feel the love. Thank you. I'm really glad that you found this interesting enough to follow me. I do plan to. I'm pretty new to streaming on Twitch. I have not yet set up a regular schedule, but after the holidays, I will definitely set up a regular time. So, maybe like Tuesday evenings. I'm in Eastern time, so maybe every Tuesday evening I'll be sure to stream. Maybe more times like this as a bonus, but set up certainly a time so that if that is open for you and you like watching, you'll know you can come and I'll be there on. And don't quote me on Tuesday evening yet. I haven't actually picked which day, but whatever day it is. Tuesday is a contender. Thursday is also a contender. Great. We are trying to figure out why we got this weird error message instead of, I would have expected this to just be null. Like we click dismiss with OK, and then it didn't actually dismiss. The component is still there, and this would say, oh, expected this value to be null, but it wasn't. But instead, oh, and where in the test are we? That's a good question. In the spec, we're in the expectation to be null. Oh gosh. Okay. Maybe there's just something weird going on there with. Let me write this expect that to be null. This is just a hunch. If this works, I'll explain why I'm trying it. If it doesn't work, you can forget I did that. No, that didn't do a thing for us. Okay. Reload. What are we trying? What? We're trying to invoke a method or a function on our proxy. So this actually is a proxy object, the harness is. And that's how I used a proxy, a browser. You can search for it. It's built into it's a new thing in JavaScript called a proxy, newish, that allows you to intercept method calls. And in my case, I intercepted the method call to any of the asynchronous methods and caused them to return their value, unwrap the promise and return the value right away. Sorry, I forgot to mute while I was drinking. Okay, unfortunately I have to dig in and see single pretty print run dot format. Okay, Jasmine's trying to create a nice fancy error message by doing a nice pretty stringify of my component harness to print out its error message, because it's going to say expected this nice pretty string to be null. Gosh, that's unfortunate. I have not run into this problem yet, and I should make a note for myself to solve this problem in my library so that other users don't have to figure this out themselves. So let me take a brief detour here and open up my library and leave myself a to-do for that. In fact, no, I'm going to leave a GitHub issue for it. So let's open up the library, do a new issue. This is going to be in ngdev, call unhelpful error message when with failed expectation. That'll be good enough, and then I will copy, I will copy in some of this. So this is the unhelpful message. Where did I just go? Unhelpful message printed in the Jasmine reporter. It's just that. And then we encountered it when we try to test like this. When the proxy for the component harness below exists, and let me just go ahead and get that available for me to look at while I'm writing this. When the proxy for the component harness below exists, Jasmine tries to pretty print it, causing the expectation to fail. Jasmine tries to pretty print it, and triggers a different error in the stringification process. Okay, that's going to be good enough. Some future stream might try and figure this out. Some future session, streaming session. Cool. But for now, that's only a problem if the test is failing, and it's going to fail either way. So we have a failing test, and if we put this back, we know why it's failing. It's because this was actually the proxy object, which means it was not null. And so we can put this back where red. We fix the production code. We turn green. We turn green. We turn green. Hey! And now we can refactor. So I don't think there's any production code refactoring to do. However, we've got a lot of repeated test code between these two specs, and I would like to clean that up. And what's going to be the right way to do that? We want to probably get this into a helper somewhere we can call. Maybe even all of this. This feels like it's very specific to the service. This is stubbing things out so that the service will show the pop-up. And so let's make a service harness, which is not a thing. I made that one up all on my own. And I don't really like the name. Service harness. I think I would probably like to call it something other than a harness and reserve the word harness for component harnesses. But anyway, this was what I'm still playing around with that. Someday maybe I'll come up with a better convention. Anyway, the purpose of this file is just going to be all the test helpers that need knowledge of the details of the service. And so it's not a component harness, but it's going to follow that same principle for where to put your test helpers. Because that's what I want to do. I want to make test helpers for these things so I can call them from both of these tests. And why does it go next to the service instead of next to the component or something? Because all the stuff we're stubbing and all the logic that we're and even the pop-up, the logic that we are trying to trigger, all of that lives here. This is what looks at the referrer and needs that string and does a media query with this string. And so only this harness should have details of that and know how to pull those right strings. String, sorry, overloaded the word string. Okay, so let's export a function called stub to show set up the stubbing so that the manual reinstall pop-up will be shown. Stub to trigger manual reinstall pop-up. This is actually going to return stuff, but I don't know what yet. It's going to be, I suppose, interesting. A couple of spies that we can then call these functions on. Okay, so it's going to be doing something like this. We'll extract this out. And then, ooh, yeah, okay, I'm getting ideas. Oh gosh, we could really go crazy with this. I want to return an object that we can then pass around to modify whether it's being stubbed, whether it's going to match this or this and change those values, which means if I'm passing around an object that I'm going to basically have behavior to be able to change, I might as well make this a class. Let's go for it. I'm going to try this, mess around with it, see how it looks. Manual, reinstall service harness. Yeah. And when we make one, it's going to do this. I don't know what all that template stuff was. And then it's going to have a private display mode spy. In fact, I want this whole thing, a private display mode spy, which is this thing. In fact, I don't need the constructor. I can just do this equals that. And then, oh, the display mode spy, no. This was something else. This is called the what? Refer spy. Is that guy. The display mode spy is this guy. And now I'll make a method on here for set refer to trigger. Oh yeah, I'm liking my ideas. You'll see them in a second. Set refer to trigger pop-up. And this is going to be so if we call this function so that it should trigger the pop-up, we're going to do this part, this dot refer spy. Else we're going to do whatever I used here. This one. So this is a lot of refactoring here, and why don't I just make that look a little more consistent with the one above? And I suppose I could make this a little more succinct. And then I can use that in here. And then if it's going to wrap on multiple lines anyway, I might as well inline it. Oh, then it doesn't even wrap. Okay, great. And then I'm going to want a similar function like, like we actually wrote. Stub as standalone. So set is standalone. No, set display, what's this called? The display mode, the display something. I want to find this service. Display mode. Great. Set, where's my harness? Set display mode to trigger pop-up. Should trigger. And that's going to do basically this. So we don't need this guy. And then we should be set up. Which test are we currently running? the component one. So let's grab the component one and let's use our this new thing. So gosh, let me just get rid of all of this. We'll make a new manual reinstall component harness. No, not component harness, service harness. And I don't know, we'll just call it service for now. And then we're going to say right, and then we want by default, by default, do we want this thing to change? No. Let's have by default. No, let's. So in a constructor, let's go ahead and set it up so that when you construct one of these, we do this dot set refer to trigger pop-up true, and this dot set display mode true. I don't like that just constructing this thing changes the behavior of your production code by just the virtue of having created the harness. So I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to make this a constructor. We'll make this a set shows set to trigger pop-up. And then we'll just blindly pass that. We would only, in the false case, we would only need to pass it to one of them, but why not pass it to both? So we're going to have this new guy here, and we're going to set to trigger pop-up true. And hopefully we still have some green tests, because that was just a refactor, if I did it right. Includes of undefined. Includes of undefined, I assume, is the referrer. That's where I put an includes. In the service, wherever the service went. Here, document.referrer. So somehow I spied on the property. Oh, let's call both these functions, not just the same one twice. What do you say? Ha! Okay. Hey! All right, great. Oh, sorry, that was a loud clap. And then let's do similar refactoring in our service specs and get this all nice and neat and compact and tidy and etc., etc. So, oh, actually, no. One more step in the refactor. In this app, I have chosen, and I'm not a real big fan of this convention either, but so far I've chosen for the weather graph context to automatically construct all the service harnesses and make them available here. So this is going to be the manual reinstall, which is alphabetically right here, I think. It's a new manual reinstall service. Harness. And then instead of constructing it here, my convention is to grab it in the before each. So this would be manual reinstall is a manual reinstall service harness, and then manual reinstall equals ctx.harnesses. We will destructure it out of there and then use it here. In fact, why don't we use it? Why don't we use it in the before each? So we don't actually need to do that. We can just do that. Okay. And make sure that we're still green. Oh. Ah. I think what happened here is this is too soon. This was too soon to stub those things. I think I think I need to lazily create the stubs on demand because I think it's interfering. With some setup code that's calling the media query just to set up probably the Jasmine page or something like that. So we need to wait until we're actually I don't know, probably in the test or right, until we're so this is going to delay it until we're actually at this line rather than when I moved it to be constructed in here, I actually caused it to create those stubs sooner. So we're going to make these. Oh gosh, is there some fancy way to specify type explicitly? Oh, there sure is. So that I don't declare the. Oh, that's interesting. This is a spy of type function that returns string. That's a lot easier. But these might be undefined. And this is not a very, didn't I have a, that was like a media query list, I think it was. Media query. Oh, a function that returns. If I remember right, it was something like that. Oh, nope. Oh, because I've got these backward. Right, so the typing would have been wrong here if I got those wrong. Good. And so before we actually do this dot ensure stubbed, and maybe I could even lazy stub it or something. But anyway, this will be good enough for a small step in the refactor, and maybe I'll leave it at that for now. Yeah, let's see if that fixed things. Nope. Right. I'm doing it twice. So I have to, okay, I have to how to tell if something is create the stub only if it hasn't already been stubbed. I've done this before, and I can't remember how I did it. You know, what I want to do is instead of stubbing it early, I want to stub it here, but I have to know whether it's already been stubbed in the past, in which case I just, I skip this part. I've done this before, but I have to look it up. Jasmine spy only if not already spied. How to remove or modify? No, that's not what I want. I want to know if the spy is already there. Ooh, yeah. This sounds... There's a global allow respy. Okay. So if I just set that globally, that should be okay. Is that what I want? I'm going to lose then error messages throughout my entire app if I accidentally stub something twice without realizing it. And that feels like that could be hiding a error that I make. Oh, of course. This is way simpler than I thought. I don't have to know that it's... I already have this. This is undefined if I haven't done it yet. So I can just do that. Yeah. Green. Okay. And now I feel like if I move this up here, can I remove my exclamation point? Because I don't like those. Oh, buddy. That I like. Yeah. And then I'll use it here as well. This time I am actually going to want to reference it down lower in the tests, so I should make a variable for it here. Manual reinstall is a manual reinstall service harness, and we can destructure it out of context. Out of context. Context dot harnesses. And then by default, we want to do manual reinstall dot set to trigger pop-up true. But then we don't need any of this. Nope, any of this anymore. This is why we are doing all this refactoring. And now this is great because we're even removing all this hard-coded stuff and putting it in the harness, and I even like that better. It's already next to the production code. It's not like it's off in some other spec somewhere, so it's not horrible. It's okay, but I like it even better in the harness itself. So this is now going to be the manual reinstall dot set to... This one is the refer. Set refer to trigger pop-up false. And then this one is going to be set display mode to trigger pop-up false. And see if we refactor was successful because the tests are green. We know because we're doing TDD and we're getting something green before we refactor, we can always check and make sure that we didn't break anything. Nice. Now I feel like we finally got to some real high quality test that also is just clean. And I feel like, except for this hackiness, I feel proud to have this code out there. Oh man, that was a long marathon. What do we need to do now? That should cover, I believe, all of the actual production code changes. So we now have, we now have code in place so that in production, if it's rendered inside of a in what do we call it? Display a standalone progressive web app that is referred from the old GitHub pages origin, we should get a pop-up, a nice pop-up. So that's half the battle. The other half of the battle is we need to actually make the old GitHub domain redirect to the proper place. So that was in index.html, wherever that is. Can we just like undo or redo? There we go. And we're redirecting to the actual production URL now. Weather.simonton.app. Oh, wait, no. Whoa, slow down. Slow down, Eric. You're doing this in the totally wrong place. My goodness. This is the production. This should be the real. There we go. Just make it match. No changes from Git. Okay. This should be the real index.html that is displayed to, in production. I want the GitHub pages to redirect. So I think what I'm going to want to end up with here is the only thing in docs is index.html, maybe a couple other things, and it does the redirect. Let's test that theory by going to our simulated old domain, which we are rendering from here on 8081, and give that a shot. Let's I guess I feel comfortable deleting this whole thing. Let's delete all this stuff except index.html. My editor's locked. Okay, there we go. And see if this still works. So far, so good. Now the question in my mind is, would it have worked the very first time I came back? If a user had it installed today, the whole app is in place in the GitHub pages domain. If I swap everything out and just put index there, there's this weird thing with progressive web apps where the first time you load it is a little different than the next time you refresh it, because the first time you load it, it gets all the files from the device itself. Then 10 seconds later, it downloads all the updates. And so I want to try going back to a non-redirecting version. Get it all fresh install, then change it to just that index and see what happens here, and make sure that that's going to behave correctly and not, throw a bunch of errors or something. So we're going to end up with, let's clear this out. So next time we open this will be a fresh install. Will be like a fresh install. Let's undo all the deletes I just did. Oh, I can't undo it. All right, so that was just copy pasting this. In fact, that's even better because I want no redirects right now. So now when I open this guy, we get a fresh install, set will be in Canada. And now Now if I change this to be, yeah, exactly. Let me go ahead and open my DevTools. Right now when I I don't have a refresh anymore. Reload, When I reload, it's going to request and see there's no changes. Okay, great. So I'm going to get rid of all this, and instead I'm just going to have an index.html that looks like in fact, I'm going to trim it down even further from what we had. It was from this. Copy that. I don't care about a title. I don't care about... Oh, this was something for SEO. So if anyone out there, if my app has been made its way into any search engines or similar, this is supposed to help with that. So I will leave that one. And let's just move these to... now let's see. We want to redirect to 8081, I think, for our test. Localhost 8081. Because right now it's on 8080. Yep. So then the next time a user visits the app, what happens? Everything's fine. In a second it should download the... Ooh! It did not download the index.html, so we cannot do exactly that. Okay. I need a little more in there. Okay. Okay. Good thing I tested that. Because it's trying to go fetch a JSON configuration file. That's what it's doing. ngsw.json. And I could just forget this whole trim it down thing and just leave all of this. Just do a new build, and the only thing that I change from production, from what I'm going to deploy to the production environment, is the index.html, and leave all the rest intact. I think I'm going to have to do something like that. I'm going to have to do an actual build through the Angular CLI that's going to that knows how to update all the right configurations so the web app updates itself and will actually download. The key part is I need it to actually download that new index.html, but it has to set up like like this with a hash inside here to trigger it to do that. Because the way these progressive web apps work, the way that Angular teams scaffolding for it works. Because, oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this. If you want to do a progressive web app and you're on Angular, it's easy. You ng-add @angular/PWA, progressive web app, and it sets up all the config for you. It makes it so when you do a production build of your app, it's going to add all this like service worker JavaScript and config and all that stuff. You do have to go in and configure a few things, and they have some instructions for that. But so I want to do a build with the redirecting index.html, copy the result of that into the docs folder. In fact, I have a thing. No, I used to have a thing here when I was actually deploying to GitHub pages. Copy that into the docs folder. And then that is what I'll deploy. Yeah, so then when I commit, that will be the deploy to GitHub pages. So I shouldn't commit that until production is ready to show that pop-up. Great. Cool. This is the last step. All we're trying to do here is figure out how to deploy this thing in a way that is going to give the users the experience that we've been going for all along. Remember to mute just in time, so you don't have to listen to me listen to the drinking noises. Okay. So I'm going to make a commit with the production changes so that I have a nice clean state in Git to, from there, make some temporary changes and do a build and get that copied into the docs folder. Yeah. Great. So let's look over our diff and make sure everything didn't leave anything undone or everything looks good. This is a habit I'm always in before I make a commit. I always, oh, you can't see all that, can you? Sorry about that. Here we go. Yep, that looks good. Oh, let me reread this for typos. Update available is the title. Update available? Yeah, that's good enough. We're sorry for the inconvenience, but you probably noticed that extra bar at the top of the page. Weathergraph moved to a new, better URL. To get rid of that bar, and it's no longer navigate directly to, because now this pop-up, that's a good thing I'm reading this. This pop-up is only being shown if that bar is there. And so they're not going to navigate, they did install the app previously. That's not an if anymore because we put that extra logic in there. So let's go back to the place where we can edit this guy. We're sorry for the inconvenience, but you probably noticed the extra bar at the top of the app. Weathergraph moved to a better new URL. To get rid of that bar, unfortunately, yeah, I want to piece it together like this. Unfortunately, to get rid of that bar, we need you to uninstall and reinstall from here. Yep, and all this still, we need you to blah, blah, blah. We're sorry for the inconvenience, but you probably noticed that extra bar at the top of the app. Weathergraph moved to a new, better URL. Unfortunately, to get rid of that bar, we need you to uninstall your current version and reinstall Weathergraph from here. If you don't have time right now, no problem. This version is fully functional and up to date, except for that unfortunate, I've been calling it a bar. Okay, that looks better. So this was in here. And let's just see that in the actual app. Let's see that in the actual app. How? By removing the F. That should just be available here now. Yup, looks good. Good. And, oh, you know what? I just realized that if the person doesn't have time right now, do I want them to have this pop up every time they reopen the app? What's the trade-off there? It'd be extra code for me to write. A lot easier not to. The drawback is a double annoyance. They get the bar at the top and they have to dismiss this dialog every time. I could, for example, keep track of if this dialog has been shown and only make it reappear every once a day, once a week. But if I do that and they come back later, they have time. Right. If they have time, they reopen the app. Now they forgot the URL. Maybe I do need to have it pop up every time, unfortunately, so that when it is convenient, they can see the instructions. Oh, okay. 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 Oh, right. And I was just looking. It looks good. This link works. That's the production version. If you don't have time, no problem. This version is fully functional and up to date, except for that unfortunate bar. And actually, it is the newest version. It just is wrapped. And how does it look on a device? I looked at that already. Yeah, you don't have to scroll. It's all nothing weird. Okay, good. Okay, let me keep looking at the diff. We checked that one out. Good. Simple and good. Yeah, pretty happy with the way this turned out. What is this? Oh, this is the actual service. Okay, yep. Has all of our logic. The init service is now what actually calls it every time the app is constructed, every time the component is every time the Angular, every time the page reloads or the standalone version reloads. Test helper, app module. Oh, I like to alphabetize these. App module. I think I even have a nice little sort lines. Alt-Shift-L. Haha. Okay. And before we actually commit, we should run the full test suite. Make sure I didn't break anything else in the process. Okay. Lovely. So, detect when a detect a PWA installed from GitHub pages and prompt the user to update. Commit. Hey. Wow. Getting close now. Now I have a nice clean environment to update the actual index.html here, run that through Angular's compiler, and have a version to copy into this docs folder so that when someone opens it in GitHub Pages, we get the redirect. So let's come back and grab this again. This is like the 4th time I'm doing this. We don't care about the title. We did care about the other two. Oops. And we just need to replace this with the production version, which is weather.simonton.app. And let's do I've noticed that we're getting a bunch of versions of main piled up here. So let's see if we actually, oh, my editor's locked again. There we go. If we actually restart this, in fact, let's not even use watch mode. Let's just ng build prod. I was checking to see if I had a shortcut for that, but I don't. It probably happens as a, oops, that's not what I wanted. As a pre-step to something? No? Okay, anyway, that doesn't matter. I was just checking some old stuff out. Okay, so now we should have a nice, fresh, new install where the index is does the redirect. We have this JSON file that it was trying to download with all the right stuff in place with a hash, so it's going to go try and update that index.html. We don't really need all of the JavaScript or the icons or any of that junk. And it would be kind of nice, because this is going to live on permanently in my GitHub repo. I guess it would be nice to clean up this docs folder a bit. So let's make that happen. Let's just really simplify main.ts doesn't do anything anymore. Is that going to get rid of all our JavaScript? Because I think main.ts should be the entry point for this build process. And so if this doesn't, if this doesn't import the app module, yeah, look, the bundle is now down. It used to be over a meg, and now it's down to 100K. And so now what does this look like? Main.js is basically nothing. All the files are still there, though. So it really didn't clean up much in the repo. I mean, it's something. It's better than where we started. I wonder what happens if I just manually, okay, we can do our experiment. Let's just manually put this JSON file over here. This index, let's have this redirect to production. So we're going to test, let's test this same index. And then let's just get rid of everything except that index and see what happens. Because if this works, navigation, positive. I don't know what that is, so I'm not going to delete it. I'm only going to delete things I'm pretty sure we don't need. Who cares about the icons? Oh, in fact, I should do this maybe one at a time. And I'll just make the hash some version number. I'm playing with things. I'm playing with things. My theory is if I just change this manually each time, it's going to trigger it to reload here. And now it should redirect us, yes, to production. How did that do that? I need to test this. Didn't we see a different behavior before when we tried doing it from a brand new fresh install? Which would be annoying because then we have to keep swapping files back and forth to get a fresh install in the real production version, and then maybe that's not so bad because we can just do that with Git. We have this nice clean Git history. Okay, yeah. This won't be too bad. Oh, this isn't in the Git history. These are ignored directories, the compiled dist folder. But this is exactly this is exactly what's on GitHub Pages right now. And so let's make one more folder to keep this, and then we can swap back and forth between pasting this into old weather and pasting this new directory, redirect version. Let's get those into there. And then let's copy these into there. And we should be able to do a brand new install. And then, okay, it downloaded everything to the local cache. Good thing good thing that we waited for that. And now I can safely obliterate this because I've got a copy of it here. I can swap in what I wanted to test, copy, paste, and see exactly what happens when a user with what's on GitHub Pages right now. Oh wait, this is, why does that say Simonton.weather app? Oh, no, I got something wrong. Back up. Back up. When I clear this out and reload, we should not be at Simonton Weather app. Let's wait for it to do this and refresh again. Maybe we have to do this a couple times to really know. Ooh. I had to close this and reopen it. And that's really what users would be doing. The server got a 404. 8080. That should have been, oh no, that should have been this guy. We're getting lots of 404s. Let's just restart that. Maybe the web server wasn't too keen on me swapping files out from underneath it so much. Nope, that's not the problem. Reload. I thought this would just be, manifest. In the GitHub pages, it doesn't serve at the root of the it doesn't serve at the root of, like, there's a path here. So it's erassignment.github.io/weather. And I feel like that's significant somewhere. Yeah, weather / this and that. So in order to properly simulate what we have in GitHub pages, let's make that subdirectory, and all of our stuff should be in there. And then when we browse, we're going to have to uninstall this PWA entirely, I think. How do we do that? Uninstall. Fine. Now we're going to have to go to port 8080, reinstall it, but from /weather, install that guy, and okay, now when we, oops, I forgot to, pin it to my taskbar. 8080 /weather. Pop that out into the app. Pin to taskbar so that when I close this, I can reopen it. Okay, there we go. Great. Now we've simulated exactly what we have in the old GitHub pages origin, and now we need to simulate all the stuff that we think we set up to have it point to production instead, and have the installed app show the new production version, first of all, but also show that pop-up. Let's see, it won't show the pop-up in production yet because we didn't deploy that code. So, gosh, maybe we should deploy that code. That's scary. Deploy that code before we test it here? No. Let's just test. Well, no, we have to. In order to, we can't test, because we embedded github.io in that string. So we're not going to really do a full test locally with showing the pop-up. So the best we can do is just locally make sure we've got the minimum code in our repo to make the redirect happen. And then we're going to have to deploy and hope that it works in production. I don't feel too bad about it. I feel like we've done a lot of testing of things all along the way. So now we have this installed. We want to swap this out. We were testing if this would be enough to redirect. Not yet. Let's see what's here. Oh, I didn't have this open. But now what about the second time? Oh! That's exactly what we wanted. So the first time you open it, of course, it does not redirect because a progressive web app reads from your local cache. That's part of the whole point. There's no network lag. You can run it offline. But 10 seconds later, it goes and updates the new index, and redirected. I'm pleased. I'm pleased. Okay, so now we should be able to do some experiments with continuing to make, I guess, this one more succinct. Like, I don't think we need any of these URLs. We'll change this to a, well, that's fine. We can just leave it as, let's leave this is not the hash you had before. Please redirect. I don't care about, oh, we do need this index. Let's leave that one there. And so this one that has no URLs, we can just remove this entirely. Oh gosh, I wonder if we could even just do that. No, why would it be here if you could just do that? Okay, no, let's leave those. Let's leave all that stuff. Don't know what that is. That feels, I mean, I can stop messing with this now. That is enough to satisfy me if this works. So we'll do our whole test one more time with this reduced. So the only thing we're going to have in our repo in the end, in this docs folder, instead of a whole compiled version of the app, which was never felt very nice anyway, we're just going to have these 4 lines and this 40-line JSON config that probably could be smaller, but meh. So to reconstruct our experiment, we're going to uninstall again, clear everything, go back to exactly what's in GitHub Pages, open it up from 8080, why does that, oh, it redirected. Let's make sure, let's open the browser tools and make sure we're not going to use any cache. 8080. Redirected. Do I have one in here? Oh! When I told it to delete that app, it deleted the one from production. Maybe. I don't know. Let's go ahead and do that anyway. That's fine. Now let's go to 8080. It's still redirecting. Why is it redirecting? This index here, this is the one that should be served. If you see what I'm missing, please let me know in the comments. In the chat, I mean. Oh, let's restart. No, that wasn't the problem before. I mean, I might as well restart it. Something is cached somewhere, I guess, so that when I try to go, I don't know, let's do it in a new tab. That doesn't usually do anything. Disable that cache. Go to 8080. And it redirected. If we preserve the log, so we can see what the heck happened. It loaded this. There's no response data. It actually gets a 302 status code? That surprises me. I would have thought we would see the content here, and then, you know, some other mechanism would turn it into a redirect. Switch back to standing mode. By the way, if you haven't tried a standing desk yet, highly recommend it. I had back trouble for most of my adult life, and it really does help. And it helps to switch back and forth between standing and sitting. We did this test earlier and it was fine. It worked. What? No. Open weather graph. Weather.simonton.app. No banner. We installed it from the right place. How do we open this back up from localhost, from 8080? Yeah, from localhost. Maybe it's getting too late. Maybe. Hopefully this can be done soon. Maybe I can't think straight anymore. Hopefully you enjoy watching a debugging process. A brainstorming debugging process, because that's all I've got right now. We're serving from old weather. Old weather. Oh! Oh, no. I thought I remembered. Yeah, we're doing from that weather subdirectory, putting weather in our path of the URL. And it's getting a 302 redirect from get weather. But the index HTML here, oh! Okay. Well, it is late. That is the problem. I just copied this from the wrong spot apparently. I should be getting this one. Index.html does not redirect. Oh my gosh. Okay. I can get rid of, well, yeah, I'm just going to get rid of that so I don't do that again, and I can kill this, which was serving it, because I'm not using that anymore. Okay, here we go again. Localhost 8080 weather should pop up a brand new install. We can add it as a progressive web app. We can pin that. We can pin that to the taskbar. So now this is set up just like a user in the situation where we want to have them redirect smoothly to the new app with only the two small files. So when I, in my docs folder, do this and this, and the user reopens the app, the first time, no change. Wait 10 seconds, it should download the new index.html, and we saw that there. So then the next time they open this, there it's the production URL, the redirect worked, they're going to have a pop-up, mission accomplished. Whew, wow, okay, great. So that means I can actually do this, copy these into here. So now it should look like, looks like this is a changed file from the index that we used to have. Great. Let me just get rid of these weird things. And that should be almost ready to deploy. Standing mode didn't last long, sorry. This, I don't want to actually change this in the repo or this. That was temporary just to get a compiled version of this thing. So if I make a commit for this, the only change should be in the docs directory where we've deleted most of it, but we have a new index.html, we have a new JSON. Redirect from GitHub pages to weather.simonton.app. Oh man, this feels a little scary. So now let me set up my local environment with the production version. So this is what a user is actually going to have from the GitHub pages. Install that before I deploy this. Let's go ahead and pin this to the taskbar. And I'll go ahead and use my current location. And I don't know. Fine. All right. Now, it is finally time. Okay, so I'm going to make a commit for this. First thing I'm going to do is deploy to production. So before I update GitHub, I'm going to update the production deployed version so that it will show the pop-up. It won't be showing one until I actually do the redirect. But this is going to run. Now this script, this ng deploy now comes from the at Angular/PWA schematic, that Angular schematic. So if you do ng add at Angular/PWA, it sets up your app to be able to be to function as a progressive web app. And then, oh no, sorry, this deploy, sorry, that's a different one. This is Firebase. So this ng add at Angular/Firebase sets your app up to be deployed to Google Firebase hosting, and that's what I'm using. And so that automatically rebuilt my production version, pushed it up to Firebase hosting, set it as the new live version. They've got lots of cool stuff in there to go in and, like, if there's a problem, I can just drop it back down to the previous version through their web UI real quick. So we should see if we open up. Let me just test that before I do anything else. Make sure that I didn't just break production. So we're going to do this. We're going to wait 10 seconds to download all the new code. What changed here? Oh, the hash for main. And main should have in it, let me open it up from here and do a little pretty print type thing and make sure it has, some text from my pop-up, like upgrade, new version. No, what did I put in this text? Sorry for the inconvenience. This text should be in there to show that I indeed have the new. Nope, not there. Oh, because I have to refresh now. Okay, so I I waited 10 seconds, it downloaded the new JavaScript. Now when I refresh, I should actually be running the new JavaScript. And this text should hopefully be in there. And it didn't show it to me, which is good, because it should only show it to me if I'm in the Progressive Web App redirected from GitHub pages. Well, the problem with these minified bundles that are just one long line that's, I think in this case 1.1 megabytes long, is that the dev tools start to struggle with them. Okay, well, anyway, the important part is that I didn't break production. I guess I should, make sure I still have the feature that it remembers my refresh. Oh boy. Chrome gets pretty bogged down sometimes when it's trying to load a big file like that into the dev tools. So let's go to the task manager and find the tab and end the process. Okay. Now I can reload and no problem. Oh, and look, that's there now. Okay, just don't try to do that again. Cool. So now I've got my GitHub version here. I've got my production version here. If I look at my production version from a progressive web app, I still don't see a pop-up, and I want to keep this. I want to keep this because I use it. I actually want to keep this for myself. There. So if I reopen this from scratch, we do not have a pop-up. And let's push our changes up to GitHub. Now, I don't know how quickly, once you push up to GitHub pages, it will actually serve that new content. But I just finished. It's committed, and GitHub, the wheels are in motion over on the GitHub servers to start serving a redirect to all of my old users who have my PWA installed from GitHub pages. Wow. Let's just see. Let's just see if we're going to get it already. If so, we're going to see a new index.html here in a second. Uh-oh. 404. GitHub / it doesn't have that /weather. Did I break things for my users? Oh, they're redirected anyway. Oh, okay. I guess those weren't a problem. Mission accomplished. Ha! Look. Look. Long road. This was a 4-hour and 15-minute stream. But that was the goal. That was the goal. And it's all written, well-tested code. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, thanks so much for sticking with me for all that. There were some struggles in there, but, eventually got our way to a working solution. I'm very pleased. Anything left? Oh, I think I probably have a... let's go to GitHub. And redirect GitHub users to the Simonton.app version. Done. Oh, let's test that when we do it from the browser, not the installed version. ER assignment weather that we don't see the pop-up. We do not. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't redirect us at all yet. That's interesting. Refresh. Now it redirects us, and there's no pop-up. Okay. Wow. Anything else to test? I think that's it. I think that's a wrap. Thanks so much again for being with me. Hope you found something useful in all of that. If you're with me now, it's possible we've been together for 4 hours and 16 minutes. If that's the case, wow, thank you so much. But even if you're just catching the end, appreciate anyone who's interested in watching what I'm doing. I'm doing this live stream because I'm going to be working on these side projects anyway, and I think if someone else feels like they enjoy this or gets something out of watching me do this, whether you're an experienced Angular developer yourself or just starting out or whatever, happy to have you here. I'm happy. Let me know. This is going to go up on YouTube, and so if you're watching me on YouTube, two things. One, I'm doing this live on Twitch, and so you can go to my Twitch URL that I'll put in the comment and the description below, and catch me live and write in the comments in Twitch, and I'll talk with you. And the other thing is down in the comments, the description below, I keep saying comments, down in the description below, I will put links to all the code that we wrote. So I guess that's just 2 commits, because this is an open source app on GitHub, this weather app right here. And I'll put a link to the app too. I'll put links to all kinds of stuff, and you can start using this weather app yourself. I think the coolest thing about it is that one, you get, like here's the week-long view, and you can see the red is the temperature, and you can see visually the highs and lows and how it's going to drop down. Oh, what is this? Thursday and Friday in, where am I? Oh, this is actually my current location. This is where I live in Michigan. You might actually know this name now, because this, in my town, is where all the COVID vaccines are being produced and being shipped from Pfizer. And then the really cool thing, or another cool thing that I use all the time, is we can get our weather from 4 different places and see them all plotted and compare them. Like here, weather unlocked is showing well, let's get into Fahrenheit that's what I'm used to anyway. Oh, it is Fahrenheit. What? Oh, 40 Fahrenheit, right, because it's winter. Weather Unlocked thinks it's going to be 40 degrees on Sunday, but weather.gov says 34. And they all show some rain here, so that's pretty likely, but we're not really sure when the rain's going to happen tomorrow. This source says in the morning, this source says in the afternoon. I just find that really interesting. Yeah, I'm going to sign off. You guys have yourselves a great day or night, holidays if you're seeing this soon. Christmas is coming up soon for me, and happy coding.